We asked Saskatchewan what they know about 5G.
More speed, more innovation.
It's going to make our lives a whole heck of a lot easier.
This is what 5G looks like.
Better, faster.
Sounds like one more G. Sounds pretty good.
I don't know what it means.
All you really need to know is the future of 5G is here and will continue improving through investments in network technology.
I don't remember a time when curling wasn't a part of my life. When I wasn't putting in the sweat and hard work to be the best that I can be. Clocking in the time, the effort to practice day in, day out. Curling is more than just a game. It's a family, a community. And when it's time to play, I know I'll be ready. Hardline, supporting hundreds of our next generation athletes.
The people have spoken, the votes are in, and the players are ready to rock. At curling's first ever All-Star event, live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th, where 13 of the world's best men's and women's curlers face off for a star-studded celebrity pro-am, a unique skills competition, and an all-star skins game you won't want to miss. Got a ticket? We'll see you in Music City. Don't have one? Better hurry. They're going fast. The 2025 TCG All-Star Game. Live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th. Let's rock.
Imagine being able to stream every curling game from every sheet from any event, be it your Wednesday league game, bonspiel, or corporate event. Curling Stadium offers an all-inclusive streaming solution featuring high-quality cameras, ease of use, great reliability, and minimal installation. Offering your sponsors customizable ad space on your streamed curling games and being able to sell video packages to your corporate events for increased revenue. With Curling Stadium, you can stream to any device, be it your mobile phone, tablet, or computer. Push the feed to your desired platform, be it Facebook, YouTube, or any other social media. Curling Stadium is simply the way forward. Where it's commonplace in other sports to televise every game, we want to do the same. Curling is a global sport, and it's time it gets the coverage it needs. Make your curling club the next Curling Stadium.
Team Homan rocks. Team Mowat rocks. But who rocks harder? On April 7th, we'll find out. Presented by Rio Mare, join us in Toronto at the Curling Group's first ever Battle of the Sexes, as world number 1 Team Homan takes on world number 1 Team Mowat in a head-to-head charity curling skins game with a twist. 8 ends, 4 rule changes, and curling like you've never seen before. Watch it live on the Grand Slam of Curling website, app, and YouTube with celebrity coaches and special guest appearances. The Curling Group's first ever Rio Mare Battle of the Sexes, April 7th, Mattamy Athletic Center in Toronto. Get your tickets now at thegrandslamofcurling.com. Let's rock!
Handcrafted in Canada, Hardline's Ice Pad has revolutionized curling for over a decade. Engineered with top-tier precision and durability, it is backed by an unmatched 10-year warranty. Designed for curlers at all levels to sweep effortlessly with maximum efficiency, it is trusted by the world's best curlers, including Olympic and world champions. It is quite simply the best broom in the game. Hardline. Join the revolution.
Welcome to the RockShop.net, the official store for the Grand Slam of Curling. Whether you're looking for the best hats, stylish clothing, fun toys, or unique accessories, the Rock Shop has it all. Shop online anytime at therockshop.net for exclusive Grand Slam of Curling gear, or come see us in person at your next event. Therockshop.net, where fans find their favorite curling gear.
people have spoken, the votes are in, and the players are ready to rock. At curling's first ever All-Star event, live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th, where 13 of the world's best men's and women's curlers face off for a star-studded celebrity pro-am, a unique skills competition, and an all-star skins game you won't want to miss. Got a ticket? We'll see you in Music City. Don't have one? Better hurry. They're going fast. The 2025 TCG All-Star Game, live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th. Let's rock.
I don't remember a time when curling wasn't a part of my life. When I wasn't putting in the sweat and hard work to be the best that I can be. Clocking in the time, the effort to practice day in, day out. Curling is more than just a game. It's a family, a community. And when it's time to play, I know I'll be ready. Hardline, supporting hundreds of our next generation athletes.
Team Homan rocks. Team Mowat rocks. But who rocks harder? On April 7th, we'll find out. Presented by Rio Mare, join us in Toronto at the Curling Group's first ever Battle of the Sexes, as world number 1 Team Homan takes on world number 1 Team Mowat in a head-to-head charity curling skins game with a twist. 8 ends, 4 rule changes, and curling like you've never seen before. Watch it live on the Grand Slam of Curling website, app, and YouTube, with celebrity coaches and special guest appearances. The Curling Group's first ever Rio Mare Battle of the Sexes, April 7th, Mattamy Athletic Center in Toronto. Get your tickets now at thegrandslamofcurling.com. Let's rock!
We asked Saskatchewan what they know about 5G.
More speed, more innovation.
It's going to make our lives a whole heck of a lot easier.
This is what 5G looks like.
Better, faster.
Sounds like 1 more G. Sounds pretty good.
I don't know what it means.
All you really need to know is the future.
Time when curling wasn't a part of my life. When I wasn't putting in the sweat and hard work to be the best that I can be. Clocking in the time, the effort to practice day in, day out. Curling is more than just a game. It's a family, a community. And when it's time to play, I know I'll be ready. Hardline, supporting hundreds of our next generation.
The people have spoken, the votes are in, and the players are ready to rock. At curling's first ever All-Star event, live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th, where 13 of the world's best men's and women's curlers face off for a star-studded celebrity pro-am, a unique skills competition, and an all-star skins game you won't want to miss. Got a ticket? We'll see you in Music City. Don't have one? Better hurry. They're going fast. The 2025 TCG All-Star Game. Live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th. Let's rock.
Imagine being able to stream every curling game from every sheet from any event, be it your Wednesday league game, bonspiel, or corporate event. Curling Stadium offers an all-inclusive streaming solution featuring high-quality cameras, ease of use, great reliability, and minimal installation. Offering your sponsors customizable ad space on your streamed curling games and being able to sell video packages to your corporate events for increased revenue. With Curling Stadium, you can stream to any device, be it your mobile phone, tablet, or computer. Push the feed to your desired platform, be it Facebook, YouTube, or any other social media. Curling Stadium is simply the way forward. Where it's commonplace in other sports to televise every game, we want to do the same. Curling is a global sport, and it's time it gets the coverage it needs. Make your curling club the next Curling Stadium.
Team Homan rocks. Team Mowat rocks. But who rocks harder? On April 7th, we'll find out. Presented by Rio Mare, join us in Toronto at the Curling Group's first ever Battle of the Sexes, as world number 1 Team Homan takes on world number 1 Team Mowat in a head-to-head charity curling skins game with a twist. 8 ends, 4 rule changes, and curling like you've never seen before. Watch it live on the Grand Slam of Curling website, app, and YouTube, with celebrity coaches and special guest appearances. The Curling Group's first ever Rio Mare Battle of the Sexes, April 7th, Mattamy Athletic Center in Toronto. Get your tickets now at thegrandslamofcurling.com. Let's rock!
Handcrafted in Canada, Hardline's Ice Pad has revolutionized curling for over a decade. Engineered with top-tier precision and durability, it is backed by an unmatched 10-year warranty. Designed for curlers at all levels to sweep effortlessly with maximum efficiency, it is trusted by the world's best curlers, including Olympic and world champions. It is quite simply the best broom in the game. Hardline. Join the revolution.
Welcome to therockshop.net, the official store for the Grand Slam of Curling. Whether you're looking for the best hats, stylish clothing, fun toys, or unique accessories, The Rock Shop has it all. Shop online anytime at therockshop.net for exclusive Grand Slam of Curling gear, or come see us in person at your next event. therockshop.net, where fans find their favorite curling gear.
The people have spoken, the votes are in, and the players are ready to rock. At curling's first ever All-Star event, live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th, where 13 of the world's best men's and women's curlers face off for a star-studded celebrity pro-am, a unique skills competition, and an all-star skins game you won't want to miss. Got a ticket? We'll see you in Music City. Don't have one? Better hurry. They're going fast. The 2025 TCG All-Star Game. Live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th. Let's rock.
I don't remember a time when curling wasn't a part of my life. When I wasn't putting in the sweat and hard work to be the best that I can be. Clocking in the time, the effort to practice day in, day out. Curling is more than just a game. It's a family, a community. And when it's time to play, I know I'll be ready. Hardline, supporting hundreds of our next generation athletes.
Team Homan rocks. Team Mowat rocks. But who rocks harder? On April 7th, we'll find out. Presented by Rio Mare, join us in Toronto at the Curling Group's first ever Battle of the Sexes, as world #1 Team Homan takes on world #1 Team Mowat in a head-to-head charity curling skins game with a twist. 8 ends, 4 rule changes, and curling like you've never seen before. Watch it live on the Grand Slam of Curling website, app, and YouTube with celebrity coaches and special guest appearances. The Curling Group's first ever Rio Mare Battle of the Sexes, April 7th, Mattamy Athletic Center in Toronto. Get your tickets now at thegrandslamofcurling.com. Let's rock!
We asked Saskatchewan what they know about 5G.
More speed, more innovation.
It's going to make our lives a whole heck of a lot easier.
This is what 5G looks like.
Better, faster.
Sounds like one more G. Sounds pretty good.
I don't know what it means.
All you really need to
I don't remember a time when curling wasn't a part of my life. When I wasn't putting in the sweat and hard work to be the best that I can be. Clocking in the time, the effort to practice day in, day out. Curling is more than just a game. It's a family, a community. And when it's time to play, I know I'll be ready. Hardline, supporting hundreds of our next generation athletes.
The people have spoken, the votes are in, and the players are ready to rock. At curling's first ever All-Star event, live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th, where 13 of the world's best men's and women's curlers face off for a star-studded celebrity pro-am, a unique skills competition, and an all-star skins game you won't want to miss. Got a ticket? We'll see you in Music City. Don't have one? Better hurry. They're going fast. The 2025 TCG All-Star Game. Live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th. Let's rock.
Imagine being able to stream every curling game from every sheet from any event, be it your Wednesday league game, bonspiel, or corporate event. Curling Stadium offers an all-inclusive streaming solution featuring high-quality cameras, ease of use, great reliability, and minimal installation. Offering your sponsors customizable ad space on your streamed curling games and being able to sell video packages to your corporate events for increased revenue. With Curling Stadium, you can stream to any device, be it your mobile phone, tablet, or computer. Push the feed to your desired platform, be it Facebook, YouTube, or any other social media. Curling Stadium is simply the way forward. Where it's commonplace in other sports to televise every game, we want to do the same. Curling is a global sport, and it's time it gets the coverage it needs. Make your curling club the next Curling Stadium.
Team Homan rocks. Team Mowat rocks. But who rocks harder? On April 7th, we'll find out. Presented by Rio Mare, join us in Toronto at the Curling Group's first ever Battle of the Sexes, as world number 1 Team Homan takes on world number 1 Team Mowat in a head-to-head charity curling skins game with a twist. 8 ends, 4 rule changes, and curling like you've never seen before. Watch it live on the Grand Slam of Curling website, app, and YouTube. Celebrity coaches and special guest appearances. The curler's ever Rio Mare Battle of the Sexes, April 7th, Mattamy Athletic Center in Toronto. Get your tickets now at thegrandslamofcurling.com. Let's rock!
Handcrafted in Canada, Hardline's Ice Pad has revolutionized curling for over a decade. Engineered with top-tier precision and durability, it is backed by an unmatched 10-year warranty. Designed for curlers at all levels to sweep effortlessly with maximum efficiency, it is trusted by the world's best curlers, including Olympic and world champions. It is quite simply the best broom in the game. Hardline. Join the revolution.
Welcome to the rockshop.net, the official store for the Grand Slam of Curling. Whether you're looking for the best hats, stylish clothing, fun toys, or unique accessories, the Rock Shop has it all. Shop online anytime at therockshop.net for exclusive Grand Slam of Curling gear, or come see us in person at your next event. Therockshop.net, where fans find their favorite curling gear.
people have spoken, the votes are in, and the players are ready to rock. At curling's first ever All-Star event, live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th, where 13 of the world's best men's and women's curlers face off for a star-studded celebrity pro-am, a unique skills competition, and an all-star skins game you won't want to miss. Got a ticket? We'll see you in Music City. Don't have one? Better hurry. They're going fast. The 2025 TCG All-Star Game, live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th. Let's rock.
I don't remember a time when curling wasn't a part of my life. When I wasn't putting in the sweat and hard work to be the best that I can be. Clocking in the time, the effort to practice day in, day out. Curling is more than just a game. It's a family, a community. And when it's time to play, I know I'll be ready. Hardline, supporting hundreds of our next generation athletes.
Team Homan rocks. Team Mowat rocks. But who rocks harder? We'll find out. Presented by Rio Mare. Join us in Toronto at the Curling Group's first ever Battle of the Sexes, as world number 1 Team Homan takes on world number 1 Team Mowat in a head-to-head charity curling skins game with a twist. 8 ends, 4 rule changes, and curling like you've never seen before. Watch it live on the Grand Slam of Curling website, app, and YouTube with celebrity coaches and special guest appearances. The Curling Group's first ever Rio Mare Battle of the Sexes, April 7th, Mattamy Athletic Center in Toronto. Get your tickets now at thegrandslamofcurling.com. Let's rock!
We asked Saskatchewan what they know about 5G.
More speed, more innovation.
It's going to make our lives a whole heck of a lot easier.
This is what 5G looks like.
Better, faster.
Sounds like one more G. Sounds pretty good.
I don't know what it means.
All you really need to know is the future of 5G is here and will continue improving through investments in network technology.
I don't remember a time when curling wasn't a part of my life. When I wasn't putting in the sweat and hard work to be the best that I can be. Clocking in the time, the effort to practice day in, day out. Curling is more than just a game. It's a family, a community. And when it's time to play, I know I'll be ready. Hardline, supporting hundreds of our next generation athletes.
A very pleasant good afternoon, curling fans, and welcome to the Curling Stadium Martensville International. It's the semifinals, and this matchup features Korey Dropkin out of Duluth, Minnesota versus Jordon McDonald of Winnipeg, Manitoba. I'm Dave Schmel. I'm joined by Shawn, Joyce, and Shawn, it's been a great weekend of curling thus far.
It has, and still a couple of draws yet to go. It's been the last three games that I've had have been some great shots made. I had the opportunity to do Korey's quarterfinal match today. They had a strong performance. They'll be looking to carry that through here.
And it is Team McDonald with the hammer here in the first end. They're throwing yellow. Dropkin with the red. Center guard up, a draw under, and we are underway.
Yeah, I had a chance to watch Jordon McDonald as well, and it was their last preliminary round game, and it was essentially a must-win. They were playing, I believe it was Clyder they were playing, and both teams went in at 2-1, knowing that if they won the game, they were going to be through to the playoffs for sure, and if they lost, they were going to be in a situation of hoping for tiebreakers. Clyder dropped in the tiebreaker and did get through to the playoffs. He's playing in the semifinal on the other side.
This stone coming in from Mark Fenner. Gonna tuck around and behind. Give McDonald an opportunity to draw right down to the face. This is lead Cameron Olofsson. The second is Derek Samogoski. Third, Dallas Burgess, and of course the skip, Jordon McDonald. Lineup for Team Dropkin is Mark Fenner at lead, Andrew Stopera at second, Tom Howell throwing third stones, and Korey Dropkin the skip. Say both teams with a 3-1 record through the preliminary rounds. And here's our first look at Stopera.
Certainly looks like you can get to the nose. I don't know if he can get to the inside with enough weight to move it.
This one comes down, taps it back. Shot stone for Team Dropkin. Very close for second right now. Still some time before that's going to matter. And here sparing with Team McDonald this week is Derek Samogoski. We're going to get our first tick out of the game. Picking this one up right out of his hand. There's your street peel. So Stone's in play early.
Wants to clear this by the stone at the back. He's going to have to roll off the top of the red, though, to do that. You can't tell who's got... It's really close for second shot at the back of the forefoot.
They do clear and roll right on by. And this end is probably going to get a little bit less complicated pretty soon.
Our overhead shot's not wide enough. Did that stick around? Yeah, out of the rings. There we go.
It's out of the rings, yep.
It's going to be tough to get this by the yellow and hold the shooter. Now he can rub the yellow and probably not kill it, but then the red at the back of the forefoot will probably end up shot for sure.
Olsen hard on the line here.
Yeah, he's definitely not getting it by the yellow at the back. Didn't get the red out.
So Dropkin now sitting 2-3.
Yeah, might be able to make the double through the hole and hold the shooter to sit 3.
That's a tight squeeze, but...
Yeah, well, he could pick it by the one at the back, too. Still sit 3, but a few rocks to come. You'd like to get both of them out. You don't want to give up a deuce very bad. Gets one just by the second, though.
So here the first call here, just to make the double on these two reds. I see Dallas Burgess make that attempt. Right out of his hand. Might start this just a touch. Gonna get the one slide on over, make contact with it. Does not get it to third shot position.
Well, I think he did. He got it to fourth, I think.
So
he's sitting second and third. I think yellow, the yellow at the back of the 8 looks to me like it's third shot. Which makes this interesting. I mean, if you could nose hit this one. The problem is then there's another double off the one at the top of the forefoot. The slash double is really tough, and there's a chance you're killing your own. We could be headed to a blank. Your best bet might be to roll over in front of that yellow at the and at the back of the 8-foot.
Third stones here, thrown by Tom Howe.
All he gets the nose, though. You make the double, you'd be close to the triple.
Yeah, it does look like they all go, partner.
It might go. It might dead stuff too, because you keep in mind where you're hitting that first one. It's higher than you think. It's not coming off right beside it. It's coming off from the front edge of it. So as you come across to that second one, there's a pretty good chance you're going to be into the front edge of it as well. And if that happens, you could jam the third one.
So on the way from Burgess, trying to walk it over a little bit.
Be a little thin on this first one. You could get all three of them.
Gets 1, 2, and stuffs it. They lie first and third. Throw the double on the yellows back here, buddy.
Probably have to. Yeah, you can't roll towards the center line. You'd be in danger putting it onto your own. Nose hit's not horrible because the double off the reds risks coming into the yellow. Nose hit might be the best bet. Or you play the double and roll and you hope the double is missed coming back. You sure don't want to roll a rocks with to the broom side because then it would be a nose hit double that would clear that yellow at the back and you're in danger of giving up 2.
So it'll be our first look at Korey Dropkin here.
It's not an either or. You've either got to hit it right on the nose, stay right there, or you pretty much got to make the double. There's no in between.
And they just clip it on the way by.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Didn't make the double, and now it's straight back. You get that second red thick enough that it should go over the top of the yellow. And it's not the worst case scenario is they also touch that yellow over. It's going to be a very hard slash double that he probably has to try. Now this still has to be made. I mean, you come across the face a little, you could jam the red. If you're a little thin on the second one, it's still coming into that yellow at the back. This has to be pretty close to right on the nose. So it catches half the second rock, thick enough to go over the top of the yellow at the back.
So Jordon McDonald.
Catches one, a little thin on the second, but it did go over the top.
And they lied too.
That's a great shot. Good enough we get a replay. I'd almost like the replay from the overhead. It doesn't look like they missed that back stuff. But there we go. We'll see it here. Couldn't have missed it by much. Yeah.
Just whiskered by.
And that's the difference between a blank end and a possible deuce. You clip that on the way by. We're probably headed to a blank. We still could be. Korey could make this double. I mean, it's certainly in his wheelhouse. There is a lot of room between them for a slash double.
Final stone of the first. Out of the hand to Korey Dropkin. I think it's close. Gonna clip it and make it, and there you go. Great shot by Korey Dropkin.
Yeah, of course, everybody was watching the rocks in the middle and what happened to the ones on the side. Couldn't really see it on that shot. It might have touched it. Regardless, it's a blank attempt. He almost got the bonus where, again, you just can't see it on the overhead, but he almost ended up sticking his shooter on that rock that's just off the rings. He would have had an annoying little biter that Jordon would have had to make a play on.
Now this one is just going to sail on through the rings. and we will sail on to the next end. Scoreless after one. McDonald has the hammer when we come back from Martensville right after this on Curling Stadium.
Handcrafted in Canada, Hardline's Ice Pad has revolutionized curling for over a decade. Engineered with top-tier precision and durability, it is backed by an unmatched 10-year warranty. Designed for curlers at all levels to sweep effortlessly with maximum efficiency, it is trusted by the world's best curlers, including Olympic and world champions. It is quite simply the best broom in the game. Hardline. Join the revolution.
Saskatchewan, you know SaskTel because we're everywhere. Because being everywhere keeps us connected to you. With SaskTel sponsorships, we get to be part of your community. We're here with you, and we're here for you. It's easy to get started. All you need to do is apply. SaskTel cares. Always has, always will. To apply for sponsorship, visit sastel.com/sponsorships.
The people have spoken, the votes are in, and the players are ready to rock. At curling's first ever All-Star event, live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th, where 13 of the world's best men's and women's curlers face off for a star-studded celebrity pro-am, a unique skills competition, and an all-star skins game you won't want to miss. Got a ticket? We'll see you in Music City. Don't have one? Better hurry. They're going fast. The 2025 TCG All-Star Game, live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th. Let's rock.
Let's guess it was the Clyder team slamming brooms.
And welcome back to Martensville. Semifinal action here. Jordon McDonald versus Korey Dropkin. Blank in the first. McDonald has hammer here in the second. Dave Schmel and Shawn Joyce with you here, and took another look at that and was really, really close to stuffing that.
Like nobody saw that. You wouldn't worry about it anyway. You try to. You still got to just worry about the double, and if you stick it, that's great. But if he had stuck it on that rock just off the rings at the back, that's a tough blank in the first end. Throwing out that wide, you probably didn't play anything out that wide in practice, so there's going to be some fresh pebble out there.
Center guard up about halfway. Draw right down to the lid, and following it down is Mark Fenner. Got to bump it some.
I tend to agree. They need to roll under. If you roll away, great. You separate your two stones, but Dropkin will make a play on the shot stone then and try to roll buried. Uh-oh.
This one is on the guard,
which is in the no-tick zone.
So back she goes. So free stone here for Dropkin to do something with.
Yeah. I like this call. It's tempting to make a play on the yellow, and you could. The problem is they've still got this same shot to get underneath, maybe get in front of you. You're letting them off the hook if you play this.
And now, just like you said, McDonald's going to step up and take that hit and roll himself.
Well, you knew they were going to play this, and Dropkin's team knew it too. They're banking on being able to get out of this. It's just hard to see a force coming now. This is a lot of rocks to come, but it kind of looks like we're headed to a blank now, probably. Well, that'll change if he doesn't get this one all the way out the back. Oh, he's got lots. The on-ice mics aren't going to help us a whole lot in this game because it's over top of it's over the top of the sheet that's playing the other game.
On the way down from Stopera.
This one's going to get to the inside.
That's well made. And now we're hitting the abort button.
Yeah, definitely can't get to the inside now. He could get to it and roll open again, but you're facing two all end if you do that. You'd like to get a couple of reds going here.
Gets two of them going. Gets it all the way out. Yes, he does.
Yeah, that was important too. You leave that one hanging on for bite at the end, and your opportunity to blank is probably gone. This is where things get interesting. You're going to play the come around. You already know if you make it good, Jordon McDonald's going to run back the guard.
So Tom Howell on the come around.
Boy, it comes all the way around out into the open. That's actually probably a good result. If you dead bury it, they're running it back for sure. The problem with it being as deep as it is, though, if you make the hit and roll in front of the red, you're probably shot rock here. And that's a problem for Korey Dropkin.
Trying to work this one over hard. It's going to roll out.
I was more looking at the other one. I wasn't sure he was going to get the red all the way through, but it does get through the back. Trying to get it dead buried again. If you got the same line but a foot higher, that's not a bad result. Well, this one's a long ways out there.
This has to go. We're going to drag it, at least get a little piece of the rings.
Again, though, that's not a bad result. Like, McDonald thinking maybe we don't have a chance to blank, so do we try to score two here? It is thirds last. Traditionally, if you're going to play an offensive play around center with last rock, this is when you'd like to do it. It's tough to get this in a great spot, though. That redstone that was just brought in, it looks to be just about fully open, which means it's going to be a short run no matter where you put this.
It's past the guard. Needs to settle in a little bit.
You'd love to bury it on the red, because I don't know if you can see quite the nose of it. Probably didn't want it quite that deep.
If you're Dropkin here, do you just draw down to it?
Probably you do, yeah. Or even in front of the T line, yeah. Because any attempt at a double, there's a chance you double jam.
So you see that they're taking the ice right at the edge of the 8-foot.
Yeah, not thinking about the force anymore. This is a chance to set up a steal. If you had to, you could probably see enough of that red in the 12-foot to pump it straight back, but it's a tough shot. And this is, again, this is the shot that can set up your steal.
So here's Dropkin on the draw.
Wants to be in front of the T-line. I think that ship has sailed.
He sails down right onto the corner of it. Room for another one, though. Might be room for two, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to be right down to it this time. Ideally, I think you want to be fully in front of the T-line. If you're not, again, Korey will follow it down again. I don't know how you score the second point. You know, even if you're splitting the T-line here, Korey freezes on top of it, and there's not going to be enough button left to score a second point. The second point's going to be tough regardless.
Either way, job one, he had to make this one first.
Yeah. But I do agree with you as well. I think if he's right down to the face of it, he's probably going to leave the pinhole exposed, and Korey can freeze on top of it again for a steal. It's close. It's hard to tell. Yeah, maybe not. Those don't look like the gigantic buttons. It's maybe only a 14-inch button, so.
They really haven't even laid a broom to this. Now just trying to walk it over. It's taking the curl. Is it going to get down? Gets down, and it does. Oh, I think I can see a fraction in the pinhole.
Yeah. And he's looking at just following it down. I'm surprised they don't take a look, because with the angle of that one on the 12-foot, if you run it back, both yellows are gone. And you'd be sitting 4. If we look at the hack end, again, that one didn't get in behind far enough. There's a good look at it. He can definitely see enough of that red to stuff it.
And that would be a bit of a teeth-clenching draw against 4.
Yeah, Well, you wouldn't expect necessarily to get all 4 of them on the board, but 2 of them would definitely be potential because both of them will be in the forefoot. The steal of 1's almost a lock if you do that. Steal of 1 could be a lock if you make this one good.
Final stone from Dropkin here in the second.
I thought it looked like a rocket out of his hand.
I think I heard him say back 8.
Well, that's heavier than they had in mind. It's coming down, though. He's got to get to the inside.
They do hit it. I think they are shot by just a millimeter. It's very close.
Looks like it curled just enough. Boy, this is risky if he wants to go after it. Again, you could very easily kill both yellows trying to pick that top red. That last call, that's interesting. You come off the red, try to touch the back end of the yellow and just move it up a little bit for 1.
It's probably almost the safest shot.
Yeah, you're not going to whip it to play that. You can't hit it hard and risk kicking the yellow all the way out the side because it's not going to touch anything else.
That is what they're lining up.
I don't like the weight they're throwing it with.
So Jordon McDonald facing a steal 1. Trying a cutesy little shot here. Off the one of the 8-foot straight over, nudges own up onto the pin. Final stone of the second. Lots of pace on this one. Gonna hit it, move over, not make contact. I do believe it's a steal of 1. Wouldn't be surprised if they put a stick on it. And they have agreed on a steal of 1, so it's 1-0 in favor of Dropkin after 2. We'll be back from Martensville here on Curling Stadium right after this.
Team Homan rocks. Team Mowat rocks. But who rocks harder? On April 7th, we'll find out. Presented by Rio Mare, join us in Toronto at the Curling Group's first ever Battle of the Sexes, as world #1 Team Homan takes on world #1 Team Mowat in a head-to-head charity curling skins game with a twist. 8 ends, 4 rule changes, and curling like you've never seen before. Watch it live on the Grand Slam of Curling website, app, and YouTube with celebrity coaches and special guest appearances. The Curling Group's first ever Rio Mare Battle of the Sexes, April 7th, Mattamy Athletic Center in Toronto. Get your tickets now at thegrandslamofcurling.com. Let's rock!
Looks like they left the stage. Wonder what I can do with that.
Pound it like that.
It was a steal 1 for Dropkin in the second. McDonald has the hammer here in the third. I'd like to thank you all for joining us here on Curling Stadium. If you haven't had a chance, please subscribe to our channel. Doesn't cost you anything. Smash that like button. Helps us out with the algorithms. Support the channel and allows us to bring you more curling.
Korey didn't have the hammer this morning and managed to get an early steal. First end in the game this morning, so he's already flipped the advantage. He's got the 1 point lead here. It was a steal of 2 in the first this morning.
And that was a tough shot that McDonald attempted there.
Yeah, not sure if it was even there, to be honest. I mean, he hit it pretty thick, and as it was, he wasn't able to make contact with his own, which means to go flat enough, he would have had to be just a little bit thicker. Well, if he's any thicker at all, he doesn't roll that far.
Gonna elect to come around the guard here.
Yeah, I did their quarterfinal game this morning, and they had a number of chances to chase rocks around corner guard like that, and they made them all look easy.
Probably would have liked that one under a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure.
Little hit and roll where we had the rings very well split now. Samogoski. They get the pop, they get the little flop, and they lie too.
Yeah, depending on how well this next one's made, we could see this go back and forth for a while. Dropkin's going to continue to try to roll this dead buried, and if he leaves a piece, McDonald will keep trying to roll to the edge. He might have liked to roll a little farther, actually. It would have made this roll tougher. If he ever does get the roll dead underneath, you might see the run, try to kill everything.
The hit and roll from Stopera does get dead buried. Just a smidge behind the tee line.
Yeah, I don't think he's freezing that in this situation. He'll try to get all three of them. Guard over the top of the one in the 12-foot and have it come straight back.
Looking for the triple here. This does need a curl. 1-2, send it back, and do you get it to go all the way out? Well, you get it out of shot position, and you live one now. See that again.
Gee, our regular second couldn't make it this weekend, and now we need to play a triple. Who's throwing second for us? Oh, it's Derek Samigalski. We should be okay. He's done that once or twice before.
Just a couple times. Now Thomas Howell. Try to run this one straight back.
Yeah, he's got to be careful to negotiate that red one at the back too if he made it. So you
Just
probably had to play that on the safe side, make sure you hit it on that side, and if you missed the rock in the rings, so be it.
I think it's late enough at the end to just split the rings.
Counting stones, he did talk about they could throw one more guard, and he's right, they could, but I don't think you need to. You know, it's interesting. If it was the even end, he might be more inclined to throw a second guard. Like here, if things go drastically wrong, you can probably still get to a blank. You'd have to be really deep in the house to tempt Korey to go after the double, I think.
I mean, to be fair, he doesn't usually require much prodding to try one.
Well, yeah, but in this particular case, because the red is behind the stone that's higher up in the rings, you'd want to know that you're hitting it fairly thin to be safe, that you're not going to jam it, right? So if it's a thick double, he's never going to play it. Oh, well, it did slide pretty deep, though. See, that's a pretty thin double now. Like you're probably not missing that by enough to jam the red stone.
There they go. They're going to try it.
Yeah, I don't see any advantage to playing the hit on that one unless you're trying the double.
Firm weight.
You know, if you take that rock that was just thrown, put it at the tee line, now you have to hit this rock fairly thick to make the double. And if you ever overcurled on it, you could jam. So I don't think you ever take that risk. But when they leave it that high, or pardon me, leave it that deep, now the first double, it's really thin. If you overcurl by a few inches on this, you're still not likely dead stuffing it on the back. So it's worth the chance.
Hal trying to catch a piece of it and get all the way across, over it, and there you go. Sayonara, goodbye.
Yeah, that just wasn't good placement on that last draw. If that rock's up higher, he's never playing that shot. You can see how easily it cleared the back when he hit the piece he needed for the double. So even if he overcurls by an inch and misses the double, he's not going to jam it with that. That's the problem with being that deep.
That's a nice shot out of Tom Hal there.
So with those redstones where they are, to get back to a blank situation now, probably your best bet, try to lock a freeze on here, force Korey Dropkin to blast it out and lose his shooter. And that would leave just one red rock in the rings that you have to deal with. That died.
Now plenty of room to pick this out.
Yeah, well, that hit something coming into the house or something. Like you can see Derek. I mean, it stopped. That was looking close, and it just put the brakes on.
Korey Dropkin, him and his team, the current U.S. men's champions.
Yeah, I've talked about over the course of the weekend that one of the reasons these events were scheduled this year. This event in Martensville this weekend and Swift Current next weekend. New events put on specifically because the Worlds are coming up in Moose Jaw, and you thought teams might want to take advantage of the opportunity to get here to Saskatchewan early, get acclimated to the time zone difference, and maybe get some competitive games on. And I think the only team here that's actually in the Worlds next week is Korey, who he may not even have flown. He's close enough he could have driven.
currently curling out the Duluth Curling Club. So trying the freeze again.
Yeah, this is your only chance to get back to the blank. You make the freeze, force Korey to blast it out. Then you got the hit on the other side to blank. And I mean, mistakes can always happen when he tries to blast it out too. He wants to be right on the face.
Also on this one hard. Wade's somewhat better.
That's pretty good.
Probably room to pick it. Not the
Yeah.
easiest shot though.
You're flirting with not hitting it at all if you try to pick it. This would be one just because you already got the lead. He'll throw this safe. You'll make sure you got a piece, but he's going to have to. I still tend to think he's going to have to try to pick it. It's hard to know. He can throw the big weight. You hit this, 7/8 high. You can probably double him and save your shooter. That much broom, I don't think he's trying to hit it 7/8 high. If this wasn't your last rock, you could also try to hit it right on the nose. And leave the yellow right behind the stone you're throwing. You actually could do it, even though it is last stone, but it's a little bit of risk. If you roll off at all, it's a deuce.
Blast from Dropkin in the third. And they do blast it out, and we're going to work back to that blank. So McDonald got himself out of trouble. So Jordon McDonald on the blank attempt. Final stone of the third. No problem there. The blank is in the books. He'll have the hammer again in the fourth when we come back to Martensville.
We asked Saskatchewan what they know about 5G.
More speed, more innovation.
It's going to make our lives a whole heck of a lot easier.
This is what 5G looks like.
Better, faster.
Sounds like one more G. Sounds pretty good.
I don't know what it means.
All you really need to know is the future of 5G is here and will continue improving through investments in network technology.
I don't remember a time when curling wasn't a part of my life. When I wasn't putting in the sweat and hard work to be the best that I can be. Clocking in the time, the effort to practice day in, day out. Curling is more than just a game. It's a family, a community. And when it's time to play, I know I'll be ready. Hardline, supporting hundreds of our next generation athletes.
Welcome to the RockShop.net, the official store for the Grand Slam of curling. Whether you're looking for the best hats, stylish clothing, fun toys, or unique accessories, the Rock Shop has it all. Shop online anytime at therockshop.net for exclusive Grand Slam of curling gear, or come see us in person at your next event. Therockshop.net, where fans find their favorite curling gear.
Stronger agronomics. Better returns. Greater peace of mind. From pre-seed to post-harvest, you can count on the Victory Canola program to keep you and your farm ahead of the curve. Grow with us at victorycanola.com.
back here in the fourth end. It's the Martensville Curling Stadium International semifinal action between Korey Dropkin and Jordon McDonald. Dave Schmel and Shawn Joyce here with you, and you're here with us. We thank you for being here. Flank in the third. McDonald retains a hammer in the fourth. And we were talking a little bit about the possibilities during the break of maybe trying to work for the force there a little bit harder.
Yeah, I mean, it was an option. The shot that Korey tried with his last one, it was a really tough pick, and you made the comment during the break. He kind of waited until he knew he had a piece, which he had to do. You couldn't risk going by it, and as soon as you knew you had a piece, well, it's probably going to be too thick, and you ended up blasting both of them out, which is what Jordon McDonald had been counting on. But no time clock, so I'm surprised they didn't take a moment to think about it. It's the third end. If you hit that right on the nose and stay frozen to it, if you make that shot, you've got the force. If you happen to roll off, yeah, it's going to be an easy deuce. But then you're one down with last rock playing the fourth. That's not a bad situation either. As you know, here in the even end with last rock, Jordon McDonald's going to play a little bit more aggressively. Doesn't
Just
get by.
kisses the guard on the way by.
That may keep curling, though. It's got the right turn.
And got a little bit of spin there.
Yeah.
It's at least edge on edge. Here the weight call 10-5. Make that no problem. The double is back there if Jordon elects for it.
Yeah, it's thin. Could just opt to hit and roll in front of it, too.
Almost like you read your mind there.
Well, it's just, if you try the double and ever hit the first one too thick, there's a chance you roll right across the top and out of play, and that's not a great result. You bring the weight down a little bit to just play the hit and roll, and you could roll right into it and nudge it open. That's good. You could roll to corner frozen on it. That's pretty good too. And the key to both of those shots is your shooter should stay buried behind that center guard.
Well, you hear the call that they settled on with just trying to roll in front.
Discuss all those options. The one thing they didn't discuss, you can't hit this too thick or you don't get either one of them.
So looking for a little board weight hit here.
Probably needs to roll dead under the guard too. You're going to see McDonald play the run back, but you don't want to leave a lot of angles or he could get all three of them and roll off the center line.
On this one really hard and gets it right up on top.
Yeah, that's really good. You can probably get two going, but it's going to be hard to get your shooter off the center line too. Well, maybe if you go just a little bit across the face, you're not going to lose your shooter, but you might be able to get it off the center line.
Definitely going to take a whack at it.
Yeah, he won't be light.
Gets them all moving. Gets one of them to go. Pretty good result.
Yeah, it's probably the best you could do. Get the red ones all off the center line. I thought he might get a little bit of roll off the shooter. He didn't. He just left it pretty much exactly where the red one was. Well, the rock's with higher, but.
So just going to draw underneath the center.
Yeah. He asked what the depth was, and it's just, of course, from the other hack, you can't tell how deep that red on the corner is. You don't want to come into the top of the button here and leave a double off that side one, so you want them fairly even.
This one coming back.
Yeah, that's just not a good shot at all. I mean, I guess you've taken the blank out of the equation, but it was probably out of the equation anyway.
So looking to come underneath. This is going to be really tight to the guard here, and does it have enough legs? You squeeze it by, and they're going to get shot out of it.
Even if they just get second for now is not bad. They're not going to get that either.
They lie third.
It is going to be hard for Dropkin to get at that one. I don't think he wants to run a yellow back, so he's probably committed now to try to steal this end.
Well, in his quarterfinal game, he did a lot of thievery.
It's tough. You see what he's looking at. With that stone in the top 12 foot now, to get around it and be high enough not to leave the double is tough. You come all the way to the back one, well, then there's still another opportunity for McDonald to draw into the top 4 foot and get his deuce.
This has got buckets of room.
Yeah, I don't think it's light either. Usually you see the sweepers bend over when they think it might be okay for weight.
And you got one heck of a pocket there now.
You do, but I don't think you want to be all the way to it.
No, we certainly don't. Certainly complicates matters, though.
Yeah. They haven't talked about it, but I think the way this ice runs, you could probably get to those reds, double them and roll to the outside a little bit, and now you start to bring in that rock at the top of the 12. I don't think Korey's going to ignore shot rock at the back of the 8 foot. Going to opt for the draw again, and that's fine. Can certainly generate 2, perhaps 3 yet this way.
Plenty of room past everything. And he is going to find that pocket in the back.
Now it's the situation where Dropkin might definitely like to get all the way back there. Again, right on the button, probably is a double off that side one. If you get to the back, there's not a whole lot of scoring area left. He'll probably stay to the same side they've been playing. If he's going to be a little offline one way or the other, he needs to stay on the broom side so that the thin in-off double off the red, you can't get the second one by the yellow. If he queued it up on the same angle that the yellow red's on right now, you could make the double and probably clear everything.
So Dropkin settles in for his first of the fourth. Playing the same turn they've just seen.
Brushes are a lot closer to this one.
This one's really taking the curl now. Pass both guards nicely, and it's going to settle right up on the broom side.
Yeah, stayed on the right corner.
Now there's not a lot of room left. See, you put it right there on the nose of Admiral Hops there. Don't know if you can get another one in there.
Well, he definitely can from the other turn, so Korey's going to have to make a decision. If he frees this red on the face, you could come off the red, try to play the double onto the yellow yourself. You have to be a little worried about how things splash, that you don't give up a chance for two. You could play the out-turn draw to the other side of the pin, which, I mean, if you don't play it, it's still going to be there for Jordon. It all matters. It really matters how deep he gets this one. This is one where you actually almost need to be right down to the face, because you have to leave yourself room to come down to your own again to get two, and then you've still got the draw on the other side to get two. As long as you got two shots, Korey can't take both of them away with one shot. This has got to curl a ton, though.
It's got buckets of line left. It's going to chisel off and flop back.
Yeah, if Korey gets into that pocket, it's going to be tough for Jordon McDonald to even score. He won't have the in-off double. I mean, he might be able to get to the stone that's about to be thrown, but it probably won't be shot. He's going to have cold draw from the out turn, where he's going to need the edge of his stone to cover the pin. That's probably all he's going to have left if this draw is made.
Final stone upcoming from Korey Dropkin. Could put Jordon McDonald in a world of trouble here in this end.
He's been doing that a lot today. He's had the hammer for one end all day. He managed to score 4 with it, but he's stolen a lot of points today.
This has got room. Get a little roll off the yellow, maybe. Now there's room to score.
Yeah, he left him all kinds of daylight. He's probably got 2 inches.
It is Dropkin saying the 2. McDonald has the pinhole left.
I mean, it's there. It's definitely there. They played it earlier in the end. Granted, that one did go to the back 8. But from the hacks, this can't look great. Like, by the time you're by the corner guard with weight to be in front of the tee line, it's tight to get by that stone at the top 12.
Final stone of the 4th end. McDonald facing 2. Needs to be right on the pin. Olsen, Semilgowski, gauging it. Got the room. Plenty of line. Will it stop? Will it stop? Yes, it is good enough. Fantastic draw by Jordon McDonald to even the score after 4. We're tied up at 1. Watch this one come on in. And just that last little bit of spin, Shawn.
Yeah, as Thomas Howell bent over to sweep it, it didn't look like he was going to catch enough of the pin, but it took a little spin as it stopped, and a lot of rocks do that. And had it close enough they didn't even have to measure.
We'll be back right after this.
Handcrafted in Canada, Hardline's Ice Pad has revolutionized curling for over a decade. Engineered with top-tier precision and durability, it is backed by an unmatched 10-year warranty. Designed for curlers at all levels to sweep effortlessly with maximum efficiency, it is trusted by the world's best curlers, including Olympic and world champions. It is quite simply the best broom in the game. Hardline. Join the revolution.
SaskTel Be Kind Online wants to stop cyberbullying. Want in on the action? We award up to $1,000 for youth initiatives that help spread kindness and prevent bullying. What great idea do you have to help stop bullying? SaskTel can help. Go to BeKindOnline.com and apply for a grant today. Together, we can make a difference.
For over 20 years, the Sandra Schmerler Foundation has granted more than $9 million to hospitals across Canada for life-saving equipment for premature and critically ill babies. In the past 4 years alone, $4 million has been granted thanks to the curling community's incredible generosity. The need continues year-round, and with your help, we can ensure every baby has the chance to grow up and become a champion, just like Sandra.
We're back here at number 5. Big key draw there by Jordon McDonald.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And coming in, it wasn't for sure that it was going to stop in time. He almost had to throw it that way. It's such a skinny port because of the reverse stagger. If you throw it where they had to brush it, it probably overcurls and rubs the stone at the top 12.
So Dropkin in unfamiliar territory. He has the hammer here in the 5th.
Well, he's somewhat familiar with that. He had the hammer in the 5th this morning, and he used it to score 4 and put the game away. It's the only hammer he's had all day. That's a pretty good hammer efficiency.
Still pair holding this one. And can get the hit roll open just a touch. They sit 1-2. And just like the last 10, we're going to have the hit and roll dance for a little bit.
Yeah, again, I think they would have liked to have rolled farther, but
It would have been tough with how quiet they played it.
Yeah.
Hard on the carve on this one. It's just going to be dead nose.
Now you can definitely try to get to the wings.
Trying to get... Well, they only got a little bit of a roll.
First team to get the roll where they wanted here, this end is going to be in a real strong position.
Absolutely. Well, there's your first blood on that one.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Going to try to take this guard off and roll to a corner.
I think he's trying to move everything off the center line with this shot as well. You could make a case for just hit and roll to the corner and try to leave your red lined up in front of the yellow.
Well, that's what we're going to do.
Kind of like that, except they might have lost the shooter. No, they hang on. And the reason, of course, you play something like that is you'd hate to try that run back and just pick the red off the top of the 12-foot. I mean, that may ultimately end up happening, but that takes you out of then it makes the end a lot simpler for Jordon McDonald. He can just guard that stone on the top of the button for the rest of the end without anything to worry about.
And this will bisect the center line, just about.
Yeah, higher guard for sure.
Hear the call there, 7-5, straight back, stick it and stuff it. Ooh, just makes contact. Actually leaves the second McDonald stone in the rings. Unfortunate outcome there.
Yeah, I think they get away with it just because they poked the stone out from behind cover. They still got some work to do now, but at least for the moment, it's not like looking like a steal. Force for sure in play. Just no weight on this one. He was trying to come right in.
So now with that little stagger there, do you try to play a little quiet guy in there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know what you're thinking. Get across the face, sit underneath the stagger. The problem is that then McDonald will try to just freeze onto it, and you're probably forced. If you can roll behind the yellow in the 12-foot, you maybe make him play the short run, and there still could be a way to... If you're coming around those two stones in the middle, if you're Korey Dropkin, you'd love to be in the top 8. Make sure you've got lots of room to score, too. So you play the hit and roll to the corner, he plays the short run, and then maybe you come around, try to get your own rock into a better position.
Gonna get the hit, the roll. Does come out into the open.
Into the open's not bad as long as he's shot rock. I don't think that he is. It's close.
Does appear to be yellow. Although it is pretty close.
It is close. They did think it was theirs. It may not change the call. You may have to play this anyway, because if you play the stone at the back 12, Korey's coming around the guards. So you maybe have to get there first. Even if you're in the top 8-foot here, he probably can't play the double. Well, I mean, he could. But the double off the one at the top 12-foot is probably jamming the back red. So it's not like you're giving up a shot for 2 here.
So McDonald on the come around. This one is curling like a banshee. They do manage to hold it. That gets parked to a pretty good place right there at the top 4.
Yeah, did he come out into the open a little bit? Nope. Well, maybe a sliver, but not bad. The chase is probably there on this ice. Might not be there with enough weight to move it out, though. He's looking at the chase on both sides, and in both of them, he's talking about just tapping it behind the tee line. If you do it with the in-turn, I guess you got a better chance of leaving your shooter covered.
Yeah, I kind of like that, honestly. Or you just abort.
Well, I mean, there's something to be said for making sure you have a shot to score. If you try this on the first one and don't make it, you may not have a shot to score. You try to get all 3 of these here. You expect at this level he's probably going to make contact with 2 guards. Even if he just double peels, Jordon will have to straight guard it, and you'll still have a relatively open half of the forfeit. You just need full 4 for the single.
So Dropkin looking to make some noise here with his first in the 5th. On this one hard, get 1, 2.
Ooh.
Left that shooter right there.
They have to look again because it really matters who's second here. It affects the shot you can call on this one.
They think it's really, really close.
Yeah, I still think it's yellow, but it is close. I think you're playing the tap. Try to get a bigger piece of 4-foot or maybe even a piece of the button. right on the nose, though. It's a nose tap back, move it back 6 inches. 6 inches to a foot. You have to get to the nose, though. And you know, why it matters who's second shot is that if the red was second, this might be a little risky because you play the tap. If you ever stay on the high side, you might leave a double. You can play this a little bit more aggressively if you're sure that the worst you're giving up is 1. Boy, if you could ever tap this right up to the side of the button, it'd be a tough score for Korey Dropkin. You remember that shot we saw Jordon McDonald make last end? Well, if he taps this up to the side of the button, Korey's could be even harder. This end is similar, but with less room.
So here comes McDonald. I think it's a little spicy. Back 4 you heard.
He can get away with back 4 as long as he gets to the nose.
Now we're on it for line.
Yeah, they're trying to go by it now.
And they do. Now can Hal get it all the way out the back? That's important too. And he does.
Surprised they don't take a look at the outside because he's got enough of that to chase it.
Take a look again.
Yeah, they must be sure that the yellow is second shot because if red was second, you could get to that yellow for 2.
Oh, you'd certainly chase it. Oh.
It's still he's wondering if it still might be easier than the draw.
Well, that's quite possible. Nope, he's settling in on the draw.
Couldn't talk himself into it.
Well, he's had draw weight thus far. Final stone of the 5th end for Korey Dropkin. He faces 1 and likely 2. $15-2 on the weight. That's going to be pretty close. Finish it there. No problem for the skipper. Single point on the board. For Korey Dropkin, McDonald will have the hammer in 6 when we come back from Martensville.
The people have spoken, the votes are in, and the players are ready to rock. At curling's first ever All-Star event, live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th, where 13 of the world's best men's and women's curlers face off for a star-studded celebrity pro-am, a unique skills competition, and an all-star skins game you won't want to miss. Got a ticket? We'll see you in Music City. Don't have one? Better hurry. They're going fast. The 2025 TCG All-Star Game, live from Nashville, April 15th and 16th. Let's rock.
We're back here for end number 6. McDonald trails by 1. He has a hammer here in the all-important 6N. And Shawn, you have an update on the other semifinal game?
Well, yeah, just that Scott Howard had taken 4 in the first, got 2 more in the fourth, so he's up 6-2 as they play in the fifth. Kleider with the last rock there. But I do think there's some red ones in the rings. Kleider throwing the red, so that game's far from over.
That is our other feature game. Jim Nixon and Terry Corbin are on the call.
They keep making me curious because, of course, the mic is over top of their sheet, so we hear lots of the comments from over there.
So, do you expect both teams to go pretty hard here?
Well, yeah, the short answer to that is no. And it's usually because, I mean, most of these times you see an end where it's set up for one team or the other to go. And the even end, it's usually the team with last rock. Now, you know, part of the defense of that, and that's what you see Korey Dropkin doing here, is you threw the center guard. You were trying to you were trying to lure him around. He didn't go for it. He threw up the corner. Then you come around. You do have to get rocks in the middle and try to tempt him to play something in the middle. Force him to deal with those rocks at some point in time, if nothing else. But that's not really about stealing. It's about trying to keep him away from the corner. And, you know, you expect this too. Like, most teams aren't gonna bite in the middle yet this early in the end. They're gonna try to get the play to the corner. It's a bit of cat and mouse. We see it all the time, and it's you know, for somebody that enjoys watching the tactical side of the game, this is very interesting. The game's called chess on ice for a reason. It's all about set your rocks up in the positions you want, and then see what can be made for both teams after that. Angles become important. These chase shots, the game this morning, the quarterfinal, the Dropkin team played, I think there were about 6 or 7 of them. They made every one of them. These are not supposed to be easy shots.
So it's Capera on the chase. This one needs to move. Gonna catch a sliver of it. Is it enough to move it out? The answer is no.
Well, that's the first one of those they haven't made yet today. And they didn't have to attempt it yet, too. They could have played another one in the middle. You will see a lot of teams, you know, put that third rock in the middle somewhere, and that's 3 that McDonald has to deal with when he starts addressing the rocks in the middle. Now he's just got the one in the rings and the guard. And he can play the chase, roll wide to the wings.
So Big Derek on the chase. Picked that up right out of his hand. Now we're on the carve. This looks pretty darn good. And work it through the rings. Yes, he will. No, just hanging on the back.
Yeah, not really the weight they had in mind, I don't think, because they didn't get very far off the line themselves.
Now we're going to keep our cat and mouse game going here. I think I heard Korey say 12-5 for this shot.
Yeah, I'd love to get to the inside. There's probably just enough room for that.
Fenner now trying to work it over. Needs it to take that curl. Just squeezes by. Don't come out too far. Oh, that's well thrown. It did poke out just a skosh, though.
Yeah,
still pretty good.
Yeah, it's not any easier than the last one was. The only nice thing for Jordon McDonald here is it's queued up. If you went after it and made it, you're rolling towards the corner guard. See if they yell enough. I think we can hear them. I think I heard if they feather tick the guard, it's not the end of the world. They could roll in behind the corner.
Oh, Derek was hollering nice and loud for us there.
Needs a lot more weight on this with what they're looking at doing. They want to get that out the back and roll 3 to 4 feet. Like that's not a question of a couple of feet more weight. That's more like 10 or 15 feet out of his hand.
So held it straight, carve it over. They did feather tick the guard. It's going to roll it to be under cover, that last little bit of spin.
Yeah, dead buried now.
So you hear the concern there. They're trying to work back towards the center.
Well, and the problem with trying to roll back to center is there is the possibility of a jam on that redstone at the back of the 12 as well.
So lose the guard and take another one of those yellows with you.
He's gonna have some big weight on this. He'd have to be really unlucky to dead stuff it on the back red one, but I mean that has to be something they watch.
Fenner hard on the line. Just going to get the straight peel out of it. Now Jordon McDonald's in business here. This has to be held. Oh, just whiskers by. Is the shooter going to hang around? It does.
Yeah, not bad. It's not buried. Nothing's buried, but.
Is there a very long triple there?
No, I don't think so. I think the angle's wrong. You could certainly get the double and roll over towards it. That's tough to make the double that thin.
Korey just waved it off.
It's tough. It's tough to make the double the other way too. Like you slash the one yellow into the other. The top yellow is going to have a hard time clearing the reds at the back. So he's looking for the thin tick double here. This is tough.
Oh, they don't clear it.
Nice save by Mark Fenner, though.
Yeah.
The first one coming off the board's awful close to double ticking that yellow, which would have made it hard to know how far it was going to go. Red off the board. It touched the yellow first, but almost touched it again. Yeah.
that red one in the back that's still in play caused a bit of trouble.
Well, I mean, it could. This is a tough shot. Like where they're trying to put this, they're not playing with a lot of real estate here. I get that they don't really want to drag the play around that center guard, but you could. That's probably the only place you can go where you're not going to leave any kind of a double, is to try to come around. They're conceding by playing over here that they'll leave a double, but there's a couple of rocks you could jam on. It makes it tricky.
So do you like where that ended up?
It's probably as good as they could do with playing that over there. Corey's going to have, sorry, Dave. Corey's going to have the double. I need the hack in shot to see which way the jams are. I think he's looking to, there we go. I think he's looking to drive it slightly across the face. So hit the back 12-foot one on the center line side, and then have it go all the way over the top of the back red. That's probably the easiest way to make sure you don't jam anything. If you're straight back, I mean, there's a chance it goes out off the other red, but it could jam and stay for a bite. That's a little scary.
So Korey Dropkin trying to work himself out of a bit of a pickle here in the sixth. Bring in the heat. Gets the one up and all the way over the top. Well thrown.
Nice shot. Jordon McDonald didn't think too long about this. He's just going to try to put a draw back over there on the open side. And then what's going to happen is Korey Dropkin's going to hit the one on the other side, roll behind the guard, and you're going to have a tough chase. And that's why I'm thinking maybe you should have taken a second to think about this.
So now that you've had that second, what do you think is better?
It'd be awfully tempting to come around the guard. You don't have to be dead buried, but be half around, bite the top of the 4-foot. He's not likely freezing to it if you're only half around. Even if he does, you've got the whole 4-foot to score 2. If he doesn't happen to make it, there might be a shot for 3. I mean, this could work out too. Like, Corey's still got to make that hit and roll. That's not a gimme. But you're giving away the opportunity to take the end away. I certainly don't want to be this wide. Like, I'd like to make him play this rock rather than play the other one.
Well, they evened up pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah, but he was never playing that rock. And if he hits and rolls in here, he's shot. So then you have to deal with it.
Try to end up right where Tom has his broom. Gonna need to be a decent amount of weight to get a good flat roll.
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing here is that you're dead buried. If you roll a little deeper, and there's going to be a chase, but even if you roll dead flat, I don't think you can take away the opportunity for a chase. You can certainly make this last shot difficult, and there's the risk of a steal if you play the chase too.
So here's Korey Dropkin with his final shot of the sixth. Trying to get to curls. Got to be shot after this. It will be, but it's wide open.
This is where you really wish you had mics on the players. I'd like to know, was it just the throw? Is too much ice, or did he have a little more weight than what they intended to throw? Didn't get the curl they were looking for anyway, and does make Jordan go after it. But if he crosses the face here, hard to imagine that he rolls out. If he's thin enough to roll out, there's that red at the back 12 to act as a catcher as well. We haven't seen anything move that hard to think that it would take off like that anyway.
So Jordon McDonald, final stone in the sixth. They say it's just a hair big, maybe. Just needs to hit and stay. And hit and stay he does. And we have our first deuce of the game. McDonald takes a 3-2 lead after 6. Dropkin has a hammer in the 7th. When we come back from Martensville on Curling Stadium.
Stronger agronomics, better returns, greater peace of mind from pre-seed to post-harvest. You can count on the Victory Canola program to keep you and your farm ahead of the curve. Grow with us at victorycanola.com.
Welcome to the rockshop.net, the official store for the Grand Slam of curling. Whether you're looking for the best hats, stylish clothing, fun toys, or unique accessories, the Rock Shop has it all. Shop online anytime at therockshop.net for exclusive Grand Slam of curling gear, or come see us in person at your next event. Therockshop.net, where fans find their favorite curling gear.
We asked Saskatchewan what they know about 5G.
More speed, more innovation.
It's going to make our lives a whole heck of a lot easier.
This is what 5G looks like.
Better, faster.
Sounds like one more G. Sounds pretty good.
I don't know what it means.
All you really need to know is the future of 5G is here and will continue improving through investments in network technology.
Back in Martensville, McDonald strikes with a deuce in the 7. Dropkin has a hammer, trailing by 1. And as predicted, the center guard is up.
Well, the come around was attempted, but it's short, and that's not a good result.
That's interesting. Now you're going to get McDonald coming in. It's not overlapped, though, so it's in position where it can be run.
Yeah.
So that could prove interesting later.
Honestly, it could prove interesting on the next shot. You bury this, he could run the red into it.
And leave a guard.
You don't see these situations often, but it is interesting because we've had the age-old debate since the free guard zone is, would you rather be one up without coming home or one down with, and take that now into one end earlier. So here we are in the 7th. Like, if you are the team that says, I'd rather have last rock coming home. So put yourself into Jordon McDonald's shoes. If you would rather be one or have the hammer coming home, one down, then you can't mind giving up 2 here, which means you can be a little bit more aggressive this end, trying to get either the force or the steal, because if you see a single point go on the board, either way, Jordon McDonald is ecstatic. That's exactly what he wants. 1 point on the board either way, and he's in great shape. And if you're willing to say that, hey, we would like to have the hammer coming home even for 1 down, then you have to be willing to risk giving up 2 here. On the other side of that, there's lots of teams that would feel like, I want the what we call the control point, or what we used to call a control point, the lead or the last rock in a tie game. And if that's what you want, you're not giving up a chance to score 2 here. Korey Dropkin made his plans known pretty early. He didn't throw a corner guard. He tried to come around. Now, they didn't make it, but when you're coming around the center, it means you're trying to keep at least the opportunity for the blank.
So he entertained the idea of the run back briefly, then elected to throw this come around.
Well, and part of the reason for that might be the fact that this is still just the 5th stone. You could make the run back, and that's great, but if you ever touch the other guard and kill it, everything goes back.
They're going to try to knife this one over. Going to tap the Dropkin stone just behind the tee line. Now, room to chase it.
There is.
That is the call.
Well, that's the first call anyway. Here's the thing. If you're at all interested in a blank, this is where you go up and make a play on the guards. So Korey definitely thinking offense here. You make a good one, though, and 3 is in play.
Stepera hoping to make a good one. They got it, and they got across the face. A little roll to boot. That's about as good as you can throw it.
Yeah. My answer is no.
I heard that. I heard you think that before you even say it.
Do you like running the red? No.
I think then you're giving Korey the blank. Derek's kind of skate down.
The angles aren't great for the run either way right now for McDonald.
So, Samogowski, no shortage of experience to lend to his skipper here. And he just mentioned what I did. We're going to have a full combo here. I think it's definitely warranted.
Basically, you're making a decision here on how you want to approach the rest of the end. If you're playing the come around to freeze to that backstone, you're thinking, play it like a hard steal and we might get a force. You've got to make the draw if you're playing it. Like, there's not a lot of room for error on that draw.
Yeah, because it has a good amount of curling to do after it gets past the high guard. Well, tight guard, it's not even high. Derek seems to favor the run back.
Yeah, most of what I've seen them talk about is to try to run it across the top and move all of them. I think if you're going to play the run back, I think you're trying to hit it almost straight back and just, well, pick either one of the reds, to be honest. I'd want to take the one at the top of the 8 foot and just double the two of them and leave your shooter right there. You've got a double wide guard. Yes, Dropkin's going to get a chance to come around for another one before you get to throw, but ultimately they're going to go back to the draw that was the first thought for Jordon McDonald anyway, and it's probably the best result. It's the riskiest shot.
Simogoski on the draw. It's gotta go. And it's second shot.
Yeah, that's not bad though. It's tough for Korey to do anything about that rock.
Do you play your own red back at any point? Or is it too early for that?
Well, no, I mean, if you were going to play it, you could play it now. There's some risk associated with it. That's the problem with that shot. It's a great result. If you make it, you actually might double the 2 yellows and sit 3.
Don't know if that's a good option.
It's not horrible. Talking about the double peel, the only rocks left would be the ones in the rings, and then there could be there's still enough time that you could get back to a blank. I can't see McDonald throwing a guard with what's sitting in this house now, so you make the double peel. The rest of this end is probably played in the house.
Korey's first instinct is to run.
They're also talking about just straight peeling the yellow guard. Nobody seems real definitive.
A lot of tough options.
Yeah.
Do you ever, I mean, the only other thing I can even think of is tapping up that one a little bit, the one that Korey just touched.
Yeah, well, and they had talked about it already. What they're worried about, though, is they get to the nose of it, there's still the tap on the yellow. You'd almost have to tap it on enough of an angle to get under the yellow, and I guess probably they're worried where their shooter would end up if they did that.
Probably technically the easiest shot to make.
Yeah.
Like we said, the best outcome is certainly that red run back because you could be line 3 at the end of it. Andrew's willing to blame the skipper for the call.
Yeah, you could be scoring 2 after this, or pardon me, sitting 3 after this, or McDonald could be sitting 2. That's the scary part of this.
It's going to be the run.
don't think you could ever sliver the yellow guard and hit the red across the yellow enough to really put yourself in trouble.
So here's Tapera. Kind of close. Oh, just wicked on the way by.
That's not a bad result because they ended up with a good angle on the red-yellow at the top.
You got two double staggers there. So you see Dropkin line 1. Number 2 and number 3 belong to McDonald. And now, well, we said we might not have seen a guard, but we might see one now.
Well, he almost has to, because the red-yellow combination clears everything. We're still on third's first stone. He probably has to guard it for now. The problem for Jordon McDonald is that you make this guard good, and Korey Dropkin can run it back without much risk of doing any harm to himself. A little trouble with the landing gear there.
Well, I got it down without doing a go around. Olsen holding it straight. That's really high, buddy.
It is. You could run the yellow straight back. That's what I was looking at and thinking about it. Even when they were playing the guard, you would have liked it to be a little tighter if you're Korey for that. That's a lot of distance between them, but you run the yellow straight back, red onto yellow.
Could he ever chase around that guard enough to push that yellow behind the 4-foot?
Well, you could pick it, yeah. The problem is you're losing your shooter with that.
Oh no, I'm not even saying pick it. Curl around that guard that we're running.
To get onto the red, you mean?
Yeah.
Maybe enough to tap it into the 4-foot, not enough to kill the yellow.
First from Tom Howe. Andrew trying to walk it over.
Got the double peel.
Probably not the worst outcome.
No, that's probably okay.
Yeah, Jordan's just going to put it back.
Yeah,
he thought.
Makes these guards tougher now, though. He's only got one rock. And ultimately, there's two red ones that he'd like to take both of them away. More important to take the top one away just this early, I think.
Just a hair more, they say. This will just bite a piece of the center line. Over curled on him just a touch, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the bigger issue is it's just way too long.
You hear them talking about that, trying to get to it with the out turn now.
Just as a draw, though. They're just looking draw top 4. Sit 2 for now. The question is, how deep do you want to be? I mean, McDonald's still got the slash on the yellow, so you don't want to be all the way back to the tee line because he can slash it in. If you're up there where he taps the broom right now, then it's tough for him to you got to get a sliver underneath that yellow just so he can't tap it onto the stone at the back of the button. So much precision required on shots like this.
So right there on the forehead.
Pretty much, right. Yeah. Leaning towards the left eye if you could. Just to get a sliver underneath that yellow so he can't tap it back to frozen.
And say tee back 4. Just letting it grind, trying to burn a little bit of the weight.
Yeah, this looks like a lot yet. Should, we're at 7th end. It should start to slow down in the middle.
It's coming in. It's going to come all the way down to the pin.
Yeah, that's just too deep. Now, this is your chance for Jordon McDonald to try to hold this to a score of 1. Oh, wow. I don't think there's any chance I'm throwing this with weight. You hit this across the top. The reds are coming back, killing the 2 yellows at the bottom. You roll the shooter out. You spill this across. You could give up 3 or 4. There's no way I'm throwing this that hard. I understand what he's thinking. He doesn't want to leave his shooter on the side to come off of, but I think you can do it without whipping it. Boy, this is a risky amount of weight to throw. Because when this yellow comes across, when it makes contact with the red, look at the way they're lined up. So it's going to come back, catch that yellow at the back of the forefoot. I don't think there's any way it misses it. And then it's going to come across and nudge the other one. So you might be sitting 1 when this is done, but 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and possibly 5th, because I'm not sure that the stone at the top of the button is completely leaving either, are all going to belong to Korey Dropkin.
McDonald with his first.
Boy, and if you hit this thing, you're going to drive it across the face of that red enough that it'll be out in the open.
Might not even get anything here.
That's just horrible. He'd been better off not to hit it.
There is all kinds of trouble now for Jordon McDonald.
Yep.
So you should be able to squeak that yellow out.
Yeah, even if it touches the 2 reds, because then it's going to touch the yellow at the back of the forefoot as well. The yellow coming back may end up jamming in that pocket on the side, but you could still be sitting 3 for sure, and it might be 4, depending on how it spins. There was no reason to throw it that hard, and not a lot of good results available if you threw it that hard.
Yeah, a little surprised I didn't talk about that one a little bit more. This is a key point in the game right here. Korey Dropkin, big opportunity here in 7. I think it's a little light. That is pretty good. And they lie 1, 2, 3.
And McDonald's still looking at hits that just aren't there. Like he's jamming on something red if he plays that blast that he just looked at.
We hear him talking about they starting to see the jams there a little bit. Lots of catchers there. What's your best call there, Shawn?
Go trip a breaker. Try to move the rocks around in the dark. I don't think you want to throw this with big weight, and he's going to, because if you can get to the nose, leave your shooter right there, and then splash the reds enough so that there's stuff to jam on. I think you're in better shape than what you're going to be out of what he's doing here.
We're just going to polish the whole house just in case a rock goes there.
Well, I can see him killing 2 yellows here easy, leaving. Okay, so the back one probably goes. The one on the button might. The one that he's hitting first is jamming on something. Like I see him leaving it. At best case scenario, he's probably leaving a shot for 3 here.
McDonald, and this is really tight. This might even be on the guard. And it is. Oh, disaster. So it's a draw to the pile for 4.
Yeah, splits there for 5. The nose hit on the one at the back 8's there for 5. I think the nose hit's probably the easiest one. It jams on the red, but the red, or pardon me, the yellow, but the red at the top will be 5th shot after that. And I don't think we're probably playing the 8th end if he makes this. The only way he doesn't score at least 4 here is if he hits this paper thin and just dead jams it on the yellow. And he's certainly not going to throw the weight for that. Jordon McDonald, just the last 2 calls, way more weight than he needed to be playing.
So Korey Dropkin playing a hit to get him bit full here. Right on there. And you can see him. We can count them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that is indeed handshakes. And it's a victory for Korey Dropkin over Jordon McDonald. They'll be moving on to the finals.
It's a couple of games today for Korey Dropkin, picking up big scores going away with the last rock. He didn't have the hammer a lot today, but he's used it well when he's had it. 10 points with 3 hammers.
And just some probably ill-advised choices there by the McDonald rig.
Yeah, the weight on the last 2. I think he was looking for rocks to fly, that there just was no path for them to go out. So he maybe would have been better off to try to control where his yellow ones were going.
Well,
mean Dave, with 2 early semifinals, we'll be a little closer to on schedule for the final. Scheduled for 40 minutes from now. I think we'll be a little bit late.
So we'll see you there, right back here on Curling Stadium, Martensville. So for Shawn and Joyce, Matt Hone, Kai and Jerry, I'm Dave Schmel. Thanks so much for watching.
Handcrafted in Canada, Hardline's ice pad has revolutionized curling for over a decade. Engineered with top-tier precision and durability, it is backed by an unmatched 10-year warranty. Designed for curlers at all levels to sweep effortlessly with maximum efficiency, it is trusted by the world's best curlers, including Olympic and world champions. It is quite simply the best broom in the game. Hardline. Join the revolution.